Good evening, dear friend. Welcome to this peaceful time together, where we'll journey through some of the most comforting truths found in God's Word. Tonight, we're going to explore the beautiful imagery of the Good Shepherd and discover how His care surrounds you even now. As you settle into this quiet moment, let your breathing slow and your heart find rest. Picture yourself in a time long ago when shepherds were among the most trusted people in society. These weren't just workers with animals, they were protectors, providers, and guides who knew each sheep by name. The shepherd's voice was the most important sound a sheep could hear, calling them to safety, to food, to rest. In the ancient world, this relationship between shepherd and sheep was so intimate and beautiful that God chose it to describe His relationship with you. The Lord is your shepherd. These simple words carry profound meaning that can transform how you see yourself and your place in this world. You are not wandering aimlessly through life. You are not forgotten or overlooked. You belong to the Good Shepherd, and He knows you completely. He knows your name, your struggles, your fears, and your dreams. Just as a shepherd counts his sheep each evening to ensure none are missing, your shepherd is always aware of exactly where you are. When the psalmist declared that the Lord is his shepherd, he was making a statement of complete trust. He was saying that he belonged to someone who would never abandon him, never lead him astray, never fail to provide what he needed. This wasn't just poetry. It was a declaration of faith based on experiencing God's faithful care. Tonight, you can make that same declaration. The Lord is your shepherd too. Think about what this means for your life right now. Whatever challenges you're facing, whatever uncertainties lie ahead, whatever keeps you awake at night, you have a shepherd who is committed to your well-being. He doesn't just care about your spiritual life. He cares about every aspect of who you are. Your physical needs, your emotional health, your relationships, your work, your dreams, all of it matters to Him. The Good Shepherd knows that sheep need more than just food and water. They need guidance because they can easily become lost. They need protection because they are vulnerable to predators. They need rest because they can become weary. They need healing when they are wounded. Most of all, they need the constant presence of someone who cares about them. Your shepherd provides all of these things. Jesus spoke of Himself as the Good Shepherd who lays down His life for the sheep. This isn't the hired hand who runs away when danger comes. This is the shepherd who will do whatever it takes to protect and care for His flock. He has already proven His love by giving His life for you. Now He lives to intercede for you, to guide you, to comfort you. His love isn't temporary or conditional. It's eternal and unchanging. One of the most beautiful aspects of the shepherd-sheep relationship is communication. Sheep learn to recognize their shepherd's voice above all others. In the same way, as you spend time with your Good Shepherd, you begin to recognize His voice in your life. You learn to distinguish His gentle guidance from the harsh voices of worry, fear, and condemnation. His voice brings peace, hope, and direction. His voice reminds you of your worth and His love. Sometimes His voice comes through His Word, bringing comfort and wisdom exactly when you need it. Sometimes it comes through the gentle prompting of His Spirit, guiding you toward what is good and right. Sometimes it comes through other people who speak truth and encouragement into your life. Sometimes it comes in the quiet moments when you simply know that you are loved and cared for. The prophet Isaiah reminds us that our shepherd gathers the lambs in his arms and carries them close to his heart. When you feel weak or overwhelmed, remember that you don't have to be strong enough to keep up. Your shepherd will carry you. When you feel lost or confused, remember that he knows exactly where you are and how to guide you home. When you feel alone or forgotten, remember that you are precious to him. As you rest tonight, let this truth settle deep into your heart. You are not just any sheep in a vast flock. You are known, loved, and cherished by the Good Shepherd. He has counted you as his own. He has called you by name. He has promised never to leave you or forsake you. This is not just a beautiful metaphor, this is the reality of your relationship with God. Because the Lord is your shepherd, you lack nothing that you truly need. This doesn't mean you'll have everything you want, but it means you can trust that your shepherd knows what is best for you. He sees the bigger picture of your life. He knows what will bring you true joy and peace. He knows how to work even difficult circumstances for your good. You can rest in his wisdom and his love. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, imagine yourself as a sheep in the care of the most loving, most capable shepherd imaginable. Feel the safety of his presence. Hear the gentleness of his voice. Know that you are exactly where you belong. Let this knowledge bring peace to your mind and rest to your body. The Good Shepherd is watching over you, and all is well. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but tonight you can rest in the assurance that you belong to the Good Shepherd. He will guide you through whatever comes. He will provide what you need. He will protect you from harm. Most importantly, he will never stop loving you. Sleep peacefully, dear sheep of the Good Shepherd. You are safe in his care. As we continue our journey with the Good Shepherd, let's explore one of the most beloved promises in all of Scripture. The psalmist tells us that our shepherd makes us lie down in green pastures and leads us beside still waters. These aren't just beautiful poetic images. They reveal the heart of how God cares for you. Tonight, let's discover what it means to find true rest and refreshment in his provision. Picture a shepherd in ancient Palestine, carefully guiding his flock across the rugged terrain. The landscape was often harsh and barren, with rocky hills and dry valleys. But the skilled shepherd knew exactly where to find the hidden meadows, where sweet grass grew thick and green. He knew the secret places where clear, clean water bubbled up from underground springs. These weren't accidents or lucky discoveries. They were the result of the shepherd's intimate knowledge of the land and his deep commitment to his sheep's well-being. Your Good Shepherd has that same intimate knowledge of your life. He knows exactly what you need for true nourishment and refreshment. The green pastures he provides aren't always what the world might consider valuable or impressive. They might be quiet moments of prayer that restore your soul. They might be the comfort of his word when you're struggling. They might be the peace that comes from knowing you're loved unconditionally. They might be the simple joy of feeling his presence in everyday moments. The phrase, "He makes me lie down," is particularly meaningful. Sheep will only lie down when 4 conditions are met. They must be free from fear, free from friction with other sheep, free from flies and pests, and free from hunger. Your shepherd creates these same conditions for your soul. He provides safety from the fears that would otherwise keep you anxious and restless. He brings peace to your relationships and helps you find harmony with others. He protects you from the small irritations and distractions that would rob your peace. And He satisfies the deep hunger of your heart with His love and truth. Sometimes you might resist lying down in His green pastures. You might feel like you need to keep striving, keep working, keep pushing forward. But your wise shepherd knows that rest isn't laziness. It's essential for your well-being. He makes you lie down because He loves you too much to let you exhaust yourself. He knows that you need times of quiet restoration to be healthy and whole. This isn't about being unproductive. It's about being renewed. The still waters your shepherd leads you beside are equally significant. Sheep are afraid of rushing water because they can easily be swept away by strong currents. But they need water to survive. So the good shepherd finds places where the water is calm and safe. Your good shepherd does the same for you, spiritually. He doesn't force you to drink from the overwhelming torrents of information and demands that flood our modern world. Instead, He leads you to the quiet, peaceful sources of spiritual refreshment. These still waters might be found in the gentle words of Scripture that speak directly to your heart. They might be discovered in moments of worship when you feel connected to something greater than yourself. They might flow from times of fellowship with others who share your faith. They might spring up during quiet conversations with God when you pour out your heart and feel His love in return. The key is that these waters are still, peaceful, safe, and refreshing. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God's people being like a watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail. This is what happens when you regularly drink from the still waters your shepherd provides. You become a source of refreshment for others. Your life begins to flourish and bear fruit. You find that you have something beautiful to offer the world because you've been nourished by the best. But here's something wonderful about your shepherd's provision. It's not just about meeting your basic needs. The green pastures aren't just adequate, they're lush and abundant. The still waters aren't just sufficient, they're pure and life-giving. Your shepherd doesn't provide the bare minimum. He provides generously, lavishly, with joy. He delights in giving you good things. He takes pleasure in seeing you flourish. This abundance isn't always material. In fact, some of God's richest provisions are spiritual and emotional. The abundance might be found in the deep peace that surpasses understanding. It might be experienced as joy that bubbles up even in difficult circumstances. It might be felt as a love so deep and wide that it transforms how you see yourself and others. It might be discovered as wisdom that guides you through complex decisions. These are the green pastures and still waters that truly satisfy. Take a moment right now to think about the green pastures in your own life. Where has your good shepherd provided nourishment for your soul recently? Maybe it was in a conversation with a friend who encouraged you. Maybe it was in a moment of beauty that took your breath away. Maybe it was in a sense of peace that came over you during a difficult time. These are gifts from your shepherd, evidence of his care for you. Now consider the still waters he's provided. Where have you found refreshment and renewal? Perhaps it was in reading a passage of scripture that seemed written just for you. Perhaps it was in a time of prayer when you felt truly heard and understood. Perhaps it was in a moment of worship when your heart was lifted beyond your circumstances. These too are gifts from your loving shepherd. Let your heart rest in this truth. Your shepherd is always looking for ways to provide for you. He's always seeking opportunities to lead you to places of nourishment and refreshment. Even when life feels barren or difficult, he knows where the hidden meadows are. Even when you feel spiritually dry, he knows where the springs of living water flow. Trust him to lead you there. As you settle into sleep tonight, imagine yourself lying down in the most beautiful, peaceful meadow you can envision. Feel the soft grass beneath you. See the clear water flowing gently nearby. Know that this is how your good shepherd sees your rest, as something beautiful, necessary, and provided by his love. Tomorrow, he will have new green pastures to show you, new still waters to lead you beside. But tonight, simply rest in the abundance of his care. The journey with our Good Shepherd isn't always through green meadows and beside peaceful streams. Sometimes the path leads through valleys that feel dark and uncertain. But here's what makes all the difference. You don't walk through these valleys alone. The same shepherd who provides rest and refreshment also walks beside you when the way becomes difficult. Tonight, let's discover the profound comfort found in knowing that even in life's darkest moments, you are not abandoned. The psalmist speaks of walking through the valley of the shadow of death, yet fearing no evil. This isn't the naive optimism of someone who has never faced real hardship. This is the tested faith of someone who has discovered that God's presence transforms even the most frightening circumstances. The valley of the shadow of death represents every dark season you might face, times of loss, illness, uncertainty, betrayal, or overwhelming fear. These valleys are real, and the shadows they cast can feel overwhelming. But notice something beautiful in this ancient song. The psalmist doesn't say he won't encounter dark valleys. He doesn't claim immunity from life's difficulties. Instead, he declares that even when he walks through these valleys, he will fear no evil. The difference isn't in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of the shepherd. You are with me. These 4 simple words change everything. When you're walking through your own dark valley, it's easy to feel isolated and alone. The shadows can make everything look distorted and threatening. You might question whether God really cares about your situation. You might wonder if he's forgotten about you or if you've somehow wandered beyond his reach. But your good shepherd never leaves his sheep to navigate dangerous terrain alone. He doesn't send directions from a safe distance. He walks with you step by step. Think about what this means practically in your life. When you're facing a health crisis, your shepherd is with you in the doctor's office, in the hospital room, in the long nights of worry. When you're grieving the loss of someone you love, he's with you in the tears, in the memories, in the ache of missing them. When you're struggling with financial pressures, He's with you as you make difficult decisions and trust Him for provision. When relationships are strained or broken, He's with you in the hurt and in the hope for healing. The presence of your shepherd doesn't always remove the valley, but it transforms your experience of walking through it. His presence brings courage where there was fear. His presence brings hope where there was despair. His presence brings peace where there was anxiety. His presence brings strength where there was weakness. You don't have to be brave enough on your own. His courage becomes yours. Jesus told His followers that in this world they would have trouble, but they could take heart because He had overcome the world. He didn't promise a life free from valleys, but He promised His presence through every valley. He didn't guarantee that the path would always be easy, but He assured them that they would never walk it alone. This same promise extends to you today. Whatever valley you're walking through or may face in the future, you have the presence of the One who has already overcome. Sometimes God's presence in the valley is felt as supernatural peace that doesn't make sense given your circumstances. Sometimes it's experienced through the kindness of others who show up at just the right moment. Sometimes it comes through unexpected provision or open doors. Sometimes it's simply the quiet assurance in your heart that you're going to be okay, even when everything around you suggests otherwise. His presence takes many forms, but it's always real and always available. The prophet Isaiah reminds us that when we pass through the waters, God will be with us, and the rivers will not overwhelm us. When we walk through fire, we will not be burned, and the flames will not consume us. This isn't a promise that we'll never face floods or fires in life. It's a promise that when we do, we won't face them alone, and they won't have the final word. Our Good Shepherd has the power to bring us through whatever we face. One of the most comforting aspects of walking through valleys with the Good Shepherd is that He knows the way. You might feel lost and confused, unsure which direction to turn, but your shepherd has walked this path before. He knows where the dangerous cliffs are and how to avoid them. He knows where the path is stable and where it might give way. He knows the shortest route through the valley and back to higher ground. You can trust His guidance even when you can't see where you're going. Right now, you might be walking through your own valley. If so, take a moment to acknowledge that this is difficult. It's okay to admit that you're scared or confused or hurting. Your shepherd doesn't expect you to pretend everything is fine when it's not. He sees your tears and knows your pain. But also take a moment to remember that you are not alone in this valley. The same God who created the universe is walking beside you right now. If you're not currently in a valley, let this truth settle deep into your heart for future reference. Life will bring challenges. That's simply part of the human experience. But you never have to face those challenges alone. Your Good Shepherd has already committed to walking with you through whatever comes. This isn't just a nice sentiment. It's a promise you can count on. The beautiful thing about valleys is that they're not permanent. The psalmist says he walks through the valley, not that he sets up camp there. Valleys are passages, not destinations. Your Good Shepherd is leading you through, not leaving you stuck. there is another side to every valley, and He knows how to get you there. The path might wind, and the journey might take longer than you'd like, but you are moving toward higher ground. As you rest tonight, if you're currently walking through a difficult season, imagine your Good Shepherd walking right beside you. Feel His presence bringing calm to your anxious heart. Hear His voice speaking words of comfort and encouragement. Know that tomorrow He'll still be with you, guiding your steps and providing what you need. If you're in a peaceful season, let your heart be filled with gratitude and confidence, knowing that your shepherd will be just as faithful if valleys come. The valley may be dark, but it's not empty. You are not alone. Your Good Shepherd is with you, and that makes all the difference. Rest in His presence tonight, knowing that whatever tomorrow brings, you'll face it together. As we complete our first journey with the Good Shepherd, we discover that His care extends beyond provision and presence to guidance and protection. The psalmist finds comfort not only in the shepherd's voice and nearness, but also in his rod and staff. These ancient tools of the shepherd reveal something profound about how God guides and protects you. Tonight, let's explore how your Good Shepherd's guidance brings comfort even in uncertain times, and how His protection prepares your heart for the deeper truths we'll discover together. In the ancient world, every shepherd carried two essential tools, a rod and a staff. The rod was a short, heavy club used for protection against predators and dangerous threats. The staff was a long, curved walking stick used for guidance, helping sheep navigate difficult terrain and gently directing them along safe paths. Together, these tools represented the shepherd's complete commitment to his flock's safety and well-being. Your Good Shepherd carries these same tools of love in your life today. The rod represents God's power to protect you from forces that would harm you. Sometimes these threats are obvious, circumstances that could destroy your peace, relationships that could wound your heart, or temptations that could lead you away from what is good. But often the most dangerous threats are subtle, the lies that whisper you're not worthy of love, the fears that paralyze your faith, the discouragement that steals your hope. Your shepherd's rod is mighty against all of these enemies. When the enemy of your soul tries to convince you that you're forgotten or unloved, your shepherd's rod drives away those lies with the truth of His unfailing love. When fear tries to overwhelm you with worry about the future, His rod protects your peace with reminders of His faithful provision. When guilt and shame attempt to drag you into despair, His rod defends you with the reality of His complete forgiveness. You are not defenseless against the forces that would steal your joy. You have a shepherd who fights for you. The staff represents God's gentle guidance in your daily life. Just as a shepherd uses his staff to guide sheep along safe paths, your Good Shepherd uses His wisdom and love to direct your steps. Sometimes His guidance comes through His word, illuminating the right choice in a difficult decision. Sometimes it comes through the counsel of wise friends who speak truth into your life. Sometimes it's the gentle nudge of His Spirit, encouraging you toward what is good and away from what would harm you. The beautiful thing about the shepherd's staff is that it's used for gentle correction, not harsh punishment. When a sheep begins to wander toward danger, the shepherd doesn't beat it back into line. Instead, He uses the curved end of his staff to gently pull the sheep back to safety. Your good shepherd treats you with the same tender care when you begin to drift away from his best for your life. He doesn't condemn or abandon you. He gently draws you back with love and patience. Sometimes you might resist the guidance of your shepherd's staff. The path he's directing you toward might seem more difficult than the one you'd choose for yourself. But remember that your shepherd can see dangers and obstacles that you cannot. He knows which paths lead to green pastures and which lead to cliffs. He knows which choices will bring lasting joy and which will bring regret. His guidance isn't meant to restrict your freedom. It's meant to lead you to the fullest, most abundant life possible. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God's people being like sheep who have gone astray, each turning to his own way. But he also declares that the Lord has laid on his servant the iniquity of us all. This is the ultimate expression of the Good Shepherd's rod and staff. He didn't just protect you from external threats. He took upon himself the greatest threat of all. Through Jesus, your shepherd bore the punishment for every wrong choice, every act of rebellion, every moment of wandering. His rod and staff have secured your eternal safety. This means that when your shepherd guides and protects you now, it's not because you've earned it or because you're perfect. It's because he has already paid the price for your freedom and safety. His guidance comes from love, not law. His protection flows from grace, not your good behavior. You can trust his rod and staff because they're wielded by hands that were pierced for your sake. As you learn to recognize and trust your shepherd's guidance, you'll discover that his rod and staff become sources of deep comfort. Knowing that you have divine protection against the forces that would harm you brings incredible peace. Understanding that you have access to perfect wisdom for every decision removes the anxiety of trying to figure everything out on your own. You don't have to be strong enough to protect yourself or wise enough to never make mistakes. Your shepherd's rod and staff are sufficient. The comfort of the rod and staff also prepares your heart for an even greater truth. As wonderful as it is to know that your good shepherd guides and protects you, there's something even more amazing waiting to be discovered. The same God who watches over you like a shepherd also invites you to find refuge under his wings, like a bird finding safety in its nest. The protection he offers goes beyond guidance for your daily path. It extends to the deepest places of your soul. Take a moment to reflect on how you've experienced your shepherd's rod and staff in your own life. Perhaps there was a time when you felt protected from a situation that could have harmed you. Maybe you can remember a moment when you felt clearly guided toward a decision that brought blessing. These weren't coincidences. They were expressions of your shepherd's love and care. Let your heart be filled with gratitude for his faithful guidance and protection. If you're currently facing a situation where you need guidance or protection, remember that your shepherd's rod and staff are available to you right now. You don't have to wait until you're more spiritual or more deserving. His tools of love are ready to work on your behalf because you belong to him. Trust his guidance even when you can't see the full picture. Rest in his protection even when threats seem overwhelming. As we prepare to explore new depths of God's care in the coming sections, let your heart be established in this foundational truth. You have a shepherd who is both willing and able to guide and protect you. His rod drives away every enemy that would harm you. His staff directs you along paths of righteousness and peace. This isn't just ancient poetry. This is your present reality. Tonight, as you rest in the comfort of your shepherd's rod and staff, prepare your heart for an even greater revelation of His care. Just as a shepherd's love for his sheep is complete and unwavering, so God's protection over your life extends to every area of your being. You are not just guided and protected, you are completely covered by His love. Sleep peacefully, knowing that your good shepherd watches over you with tools of perfect love. Tomorrow, we'll discover together what it means to dwell in the secret place of the Most High. As we transition from the gentle care of the Good Shepherd to an even deeper understanding of God's protection, imagine for a moment the tender image of a great eagle spreading its wings over its young. Just as we've discovered the comfort of being known and guided by our shepherd, we now explore what it means to find refuge under the wings of the Almighty. This isn't just another beautiful metaphor. This is an invitation into the safest place in the universe. Tonight, let's discover what it truly means to dwell in the secret place of the Most High and abide under the shadow of His wings. The psalmist declares with absolute confidence that whoever dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. This secret place isn't a physical location you have to travel to find. It's a spiritual reality that's available to you right now, wherever you are. It's the place of intimate communion with God, where your heart finds its true home in His presence. When you enter this secret place, you discover that you're completely covered by His protection. Picture a mother bird with her chicks during a sudden storm. As the wind howls and the rain beats down, she doesn't abandon her young to fend for themselves. Instead, she spreads her wings wide, creating a shelter that completely covers them. Under her wings, they find warmth when the air is cold, dryness when the rain is falling, and safety when predators threaten. The storm may rage all around them, but under their mother's wings, they are secure. This is exactly how your Heavenly Father protects you. When Jesus looked over Jerusalem with compassion, He expressed His heart's desire to gather the people as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings. This wasn't just sentiment. It was a revelation of God's deepest longing for you. He wants to be your refuge, your safe place, your shelter from every storm. He wants to cover you with His feathers and give you a place of perfect security under His wings. This protection isn't something you have to earn or qualify for. It's freely offered because of His great love for you. The wings of the Almighty represent more than just protection from external dangers. They also provide covering for your deepest fears and insecurities. Under His wings, you find shelter from the accusations of your own heart. When guilt tries to overwhelm you, His wings provide covering through forgiveness. When shame attempts to define you, His wings shelter you with acceptance. When fear threatens to paralyze you, His wings offer the security of His perfect love. No storm of emotion or circumstance can reach you when you're hidden under His wings. Here's the beautiful truth about finding refuge under God's wings. It's not a place you visit occasionally when things get difficult. It's meant to be your permanent dwelling place. The psalmist doesn't say he runs under God's wings when trouble comes. He says he dwells there. This is about making your home in God's protection, living with the constant awareness that you are covered by His love. From this place of security, you can face whatever life brings with confidence and peace. When you truly understand that you dwell under the shadow of the Almighty, it changes how you approach every day. You wake up knowing that you're already protected. You face challenges, knowing that you're not facing them alone. You make decisions with the confidence that comes from being covered by infinite wisdom. You rest at night knowing that the same wings that protected you today will cover you through the night and into tomorrow. The shadow of the Almighty isn't a dark, frightening shadow. It's the shadow of protection, like the cool shade of a great tree on a scorching day. In the ancient world, shade was precious and life-giving in the desert heat. To find shade meant to find relief, refreshment, and safety. The shadow of God's wings provides the same kind of relief for your soul. In the heat of life's pressures and the scorching winds of difficulty, you have a place of cool refreshment under His wings. This protection extends to every area of your life. Your relationships are covered under His wings. He can heal what's broken and strengthen what's weak. Your work and calling are sheltered under His wings. He can open doors that seem closed and provide wisdom for every decision. Your health and physical needs are under His wings. He can bring healing and provide for your every need. Your future is secure under His wings. He knows what's coming and has already prepared the way. But perhaps most importantly, your identity is safe under His wings. The world may try to tell you who you are based on your performance, your appearance, your success, or your failures. But under His wings, you discover your true identity as His beloved child. Under His wings, you're not defined by your mistakes, but by His mercy. You're not measured by your achievements, but by His love. You're not valued for what you can do, but for who you are to Him. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God's people being carried on eagle's wings, lifted up and sustained by His strength. This is what happens when you learn to dwell under the shadow of the Almighty. You're not just protected, you're lifted above the circumstances that would otherwise overwhelm you. You find yourself soaring with strength that isn't your own, seeing your life from God's perspective rather than being trapped in earthly limitations. Take a moment right now to imagine yourself under the protective wings of your Heavenly Father. Feel the security of being completely covered by His love. Sense the peace that comes from knowing that nothing can reach you that hasn't first passed through His hands. Let this image settle deep into your heart. This is your spiritual reality. You are not exposed to the storms of life. You are not vulnerable to the attacks of the enemy. You are safe under His wings. If you're currently facing a situation that feels overwhelming or frightening, remember that you have a refuge that's always available. You don't have to be strong enough to weather the storm on your own. You don't have to figure out how to protect yourself from every possible threat. Your Heavenly Father has already spread His wings over you. All you need to do is rest in the safety He provides. As you prepare for sleep tonight, let your heart be established in this truth. You dwell in the secret place of the Most High. You abide under the shadow of the Almighty. His wings are your covering. His presence is your protection. His love is your security. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them from the safety of His wings. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God who covers you with His wings has also prepared a fortress of faith where your soul can find unshakable security. Sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that you are completely safe under His wings. Let the gentle rhythm of your breathing remind you of the steady, unchanging protection that surrounds you. You are loved, you are covered, you are safe. From the tender safety of dwelling under His wings, we now discover an even more powerful truth about God's protection. He is not only your covering, He is your fortress, your rock, your stronghold in times of trouble. When the storms of life rage with intensity that seems overwhelming, you have access to a place of refuge that cannot be shaken. Tonight, let's explore what it means to make the Most High your dwelling place and discover the unshakable security that comes from building your life on the solid rock of His faithfulness. The psalmist declares with unwavering confidence that God is his refuge and fortress, his God in whom he trusts. This isn't wishful thinking or desperate hope. This is the testimony of someone who has tested God's faithfulness and found it absolutely reliable. A fortress in ancient times was more than just a building. It was a place of complete safety where people could retreat when enemies threatened. The walls were thick enough to withstand any assault. The gates were strong enough to keep out any invader, and the supplies were sufficient to sustain life indefinitely. Your God is all of this and infinitely more. When you make the Lord your fortress, you're not just finding temporary shelter from a passing storm. You're establishing your life on a foundation that cannot be moved. The winds of change may blow, circumstances may shift, relationships may disappoint, and plans may fail, but your fortress remains absolutely secure. The God who spoke the universe into existence, who holds the stars in their courses, who knows the number of hairs on your head, this same God is your personal fortress. Think about what this means for the anxieties that try to steal your peace. When worry about the future attempts to overwhelm you, you can retreat into the fortress of God's sovereignty, knowing that He holds tomorrow in His hands. When fear about your security tries to paralyze you, you can find refuge in the fortress of His provision, remembering that He has never failed to care for His children. When doubt about your worth threatens to crush your spirit, you can hide in the fortress of His love, where your value is established forever. The beautiful thing about God as your fortress is that He's not a distant, cold structure. He's a living fortress, personally involved in your protection. When the psalmist says, "My God in whom I trust," he's speaking of an intimate personal relationship. This isn't just any fortress. This is your fortress, your personal place of safety. He knows your name, your struggles, your fears, and your dreams. His protection is tailored specifically to your needs. Another psalmist reminds us that God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. The phrase "very present" is particularly comforting. Your fortress isn't located in some distant place that you have to journey to reach. He's right here, right now, available the moment you need Him. You don't have to wait until you're more spiritual or more deserving. You don't have to clean up your life before you can find refuge. He's a very present help, available immediately when trouble comes. The fortress of faith isn't built on your ability to be strong or your capacity to handle everything perfectly. It's built on God's character and His unchanging promises. When your own strength fails, His strength remains. When your wisdom falls short, His wisdom is infinite. When your resources are exhausted, His resources are unlimited. The foundation of your fortress isn't your performance, it's His faithfulness. This fortress provides protection not just from external circumstances, but from internal battles as well. When guilt tries to condemn you, you can find refuge in the fortress of His forgiveness. When shame attempts to define you, you can hide in the fortress of His acceptance. When despair threatens to overwhelm you, you can retreat into the fortress of His hope. Every negative thought, every accusation, every lie that tries to tear down your peace meets the impenetrable walls of God's truth about you. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God being like a rock of ages, a place where His people can hide forever. This rock isn't subject to erosion or decay. It doesn't shift with changing weather or crumble under pressure. It's eternally solid, eternally reliable, eternally safe. When you build your life on this rock, you're building on something that will outlast every earthly foundation. Your security isn't dependent on economic conditions, political stability, or social acceptance. It's grounded in the eternal, unchanging nature of God Himself. Take a moment to consider what it means that the Creator of the universe is personally committed to being your fortress. The same power that holds galaxies in place is focused on your protection and well-being. The same wisdom that designed the intricate balance of creation is available to guide your decisions. The same love that sent Jesus to die for you is working every moment for your good. You are not just protected by any fortress. You are protected by the fortress of the Almighty. If you're currently facing a situation that feels like it might overwhelm your defenses, remember that you have access to defenses that cannot be breached. Your fortress isn't built with human hands or maintained by human effort. It's constructed from the very character of God and maintained by His eternal faithfulness. No weapon formed against you can prosper when you're hidden in this fortress. No strategy of the enemy can succeed when you're protected by the Most High. Living with the awareness that God is your fortress changes how you approach each day. You wake up knowing that you're already protected. You face challenges knowing that you have backup that cannot fail. You make decisions with the confidence that comes from being advised by infinite wisdom. You rest at night, knowing that your fortress never sleeps, never grows weary, never lets down its guard. The fortress of faith also becomes a place where others can find refuge. When people see the peace and security that comes from trusting in God's protection, they're drawn to discover this same refuge for themselves. Your life becomes a testimony to the reality of God's faithfulness. Your calm in the midst of storms points others to the same fortress where you've found safety. You become a living invitation for others to discover the security that comes from making the Lord their dwelling place. As you rest tonight, let your heart be established in this unshakable truth. You dwell in the fortress of the Most High. The walls of His protection surround you completely. The gates of his love keep out every enemy that would harm you. The supplies of his grace are more than sufficient for every need. You are not just visiting this fortress occasionally, you live here. This is your permanent address in the spiritual realm. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them from the security of your fortress. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God, who is your fortress, has also assigned angels to watch over you in all your ways. The protection he provides is not only strong but also personal, not only powerful but also tender. Sleep peacefully tonight, safely hidden in the fortress of his love. Building upon the fortress of faith we've discovered, there's an even more personal dimension to God's protection that surrounds you every moment. Not only is the Almighty your refuge and stronghold, but he has also commissioned heavenly beings to watch over you with tender care. Tonight, let's explore the beautiful truth that you are surrounded by angels who have been given a divine assignment to guard you in all your ways. This isn't fantasy or wishful thinking. This is the reality of how much your Heavenly Father values your safety and well-being. The psalmist declares with wonder that God will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. These aren't just any angels. These are God's personal messengers, beings of incredible power and wisdom who have been specifically assigned to your care. They don't watch over you from a distance or offer occasional assistance when they remember. They have received a direct command from the throne of heaven to guard you in all your ways. Every path you walk, every decision you make, every moment of your life. Picture for a moment what this means. Right now, as you listen to these words, you are surrounded by beings of light who are more powerful than any earthly force. They see dangers that you cannot perceive and work to protect you from harm in ways you may never realize. They whisper guidance to your spirit when you need direction. They strengthen you when you feel weak. They fight battles on your behalf in the spiritual realm. You are never alone, never unprotected, never forgotten. The promise that angels will bear you up in their hands speaks of the most tender, careful protection imaginable. This isn't rough handling or careless oversight. This is the kind of gentle care you might show to something infinitely precious and fragile. Your Heavenly Father has instructed His angels to treat you with this same level of careful attention. They bear you up so that you won't even strike your foot against a stone. Every step you take is cushioned by their watchful care. Throughout Scripture, we see evidence of angelic protection and intervention. When Daniel was thrown into the lion's den, an angel shut the mouths of the lions. When Peter was imprisoned and facing execution, an angel led him to freedom. When Elijah was exhausted and ready to give up, an angel provided food and encouragement. These weren't special exceptions for particularly holy people. They were expressions of God's normal care for His children. The same angelic protection that surrounded them surrounds you today. But angelic protection isn't limited to dramatic rescues from obvious dangers. Angels work in countless subtle ways that you may never recognize. They might influence a driver to slow down just enough to avoid an accident. They might prompt someone to call you at exactly the moment you need encouragement. They might guide your steps away from situations that could bring harm They might strengthen your immune system to fight off illness. They might even influence your dreams to bring peace to your troubled sleep. The beautiful thing about angelic protection is that it's not based on your performance or worthiness. Angels don't watch over you more carefully when you're being good and withdraw their protection when you make mistakes. They have been commanded by God to guard you, and they obey that command faithfully, regardless of your circumstances. Their protection flows from God's love for you, not from your ability to earn it. You are precious to Him, and therefore you are precious to them. Sometimes people wonder why bad things still happen if angels are protecting us. The answer lies in understanding that angelic protection doesn't mean immunity from all difficulty. Rather, it means that nothing touches your life that hasn't first been filtered through God's love and wisdom. Angels protect you from countless dangers you never know about, and when difficulties do come, they work to bring good from even the most challenging circumstances. Their protection includes not just preventing harm, but also bringing healing, comfort, and strength when you need it most. Take a moment to let this truth settle into your heart. You are surrounded by angels right now. These mighty beings, who could command armies and move mountains, are focused on your well-being. They see you as precious because God sees you as precious. They guard you carefully because you matter infinitely to your Heavenly Father. Let this knowledge bring a sense of wonder and security to your soul. Think about times in your life when you felt protected or guided in ways you couldn't explain. Perhaps there was a moment when you narrowly avoided danger. Maybe there was a time when help came from an unexpected source. Possibly there was an instance when you felt strengthened beyond your natural ability. These may well have been moments when angelic protection was particularly evident in your life. Your angels have been working on your behalf in ways you may never fully realize this side of heaven. The knowledge that angels are watching over you should bring great comfort, especially during times of uncertainty or fear. When you're facing a difficult medical procedure, remember that angels are present in that room. When you're traveling and feeling anxious about safety, know that angels are assigned to your journey. When you're walking through a dark season of life, trust that angels are lighting your path. When you're feeling overwhelmed by responsibilities, believe that angels are providing strength you didn't know you had. This angelic protection extends to your loved ones as well. The same God who commands angels concerning you also watches over those you care about. When you're worried about your children, your spouse, your parents, or your friends, you can find peace knowing that they too are surrounded by heavenly protection. You don't have to carry the burden of protecting everyone you love. God has assigned that task to beings far more capable than you. Angels also serve as messengers, bringing you guidance and encouragement when you need it most. Sometimes this comes through other people who speak exactly the words you need to hear. Sometimes it comes through circumstances that open or close doors at just the right time. Sometimes it comes through a sudden sense of peace or direction that you can't explain. Angels are constantly working to communicate God's love and guidance to your heart. The prophet Isaiah reminds us that God's angels are like flames of fire, powerful and pure. They burn away anything that would harm you and illuminate the path you should take. They are not weak or limited beings. They are mighty warriors in the army of the Lord. yet they use all their power in service of your protection and well-being. You have the most powerful security force in the universe watching over you. As you prepare for sleep tonight, let your imagination picture the angels that surround you. See them as beings of light and strength, standing guard over your rest. Know that they will watch over you through the night, protecting your sleep and preparing the way for tomorrow. You can rest peacefully, knowing that you are never alone, never unguarded, never beyond the reach of divine protection. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and new opportunities, but you'll face them with the same angelic protection that surrounds you tonight. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God who assigns angels to watch over you has also prepared a secret place where you can dwell in perfect safety. The protection he provides is not only powerful, but also intimate, not only strong, but also tender. Sleep peacefully tonight, surrounded by angels who guard you in all your ways. As we complete our journey through the fortress of God's protection, we arrive at the most intimate truth of all. You are invited to make your permanent home in the secret place of the Most High. We've discovered that you're covered by His wings, secured in His fortress, and guarded by His angels. Now we explore what it means to dwell, not just visit, but actually live in the place where perfect safety meets perfect love. This secret place isn't hidden from you. It's hidden for you, prepared as your eternal dwelling place in His presence. The word dwell carries profound meaning that goes far beyond temporary shelter. When you dwell somewhere, you make it your home. You keep your most precious possessions there. You rest there, eat there, find comfort there. You invite others to visit you there. It's where you belong, where you're known, where you're loved. The psalmist isn't talking about occasionally running to God when trouble comes. He's describing a life lived in constant awareness of divine protection and presence. This secret place of the Most High is secret not because it's hard to find, but because the world doesn't understand its value. While others seek security in wealth, position, or human relationships, you've discovered the ultimate security in God Himself. While others build their lives on foundations that can shift and crumble, you've built on the rock that cannot be moved. While others live in fear of what might happen, you live in the confidence of what already is. You are safe in Him. In this secret place, you discover that God's protection isn't just about keeping bad things away. It's about creating an environment where your soul can flourish. Here, you're protected from the lies that would diminish your sense of worth. You're shielded from the fears that would paralyze your faith. You're covered from the shame that would steal your joy. You're guarded from the despair that would crush your hope. In this place, you can grow into everything God created you to be. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God's people having a strong city with walls and bulwarks of salvation. This is what you discover when you learn to dwell in the secret place. You're not just protected, you're established. Your life has walls of salvation that keep out everything that would harm your relationship with God. You have gates of praise that welcome everything that brings glory to His name. You have foundations of righteousness that cannot be shaken by circumstances. Living in this secret place changes how you respond to the challenges of daily life. When difficult news comes, you receive it from the security of your dwelling place with God. When relationships become strained, you address the issues from the stability of knowing you're loved unconditionally. When financial pressures mount, you face them from the confidence of knowing your provider never fails. When health concerns arise, you meet them from the peace of knowing your life is in His hands. The secret place is also where you learn to hear God's voice above all the other voices that compete for your attention. In the quiet of His presence, the urgent demands of the world fade to a whisper. The accusations of the enemy lose their power. The fears about tomorrow release their grip. In this place, you hear the gentle voice of your Father speaking words of love, guidance, and encouragement. You learn to distinguish His voice from all others because you spend time with Him in the secret place. Here's the beautiful paradox of dwelling in the secret place. The more time you spend hidden with God, the more effective you become in the visible world. The security you find in His presence gives you courage to take risks for His kingdom. The love you experience in His secret place overflows to bless others. The peace you discover in His presence becomes a gift you can offer to a troubled world. You become a living testimony to the reality of God's protection and love. As wonderful as it is to discover the complete safety and security of dwelling in God's secret place, there's an even greater truth waiting to be explored. The same God who protects you so completely has also made promises about your future that will fill your heart with unshakable hope. From the security of His protection, you can look forward with confidence to all that He has planned for you. The peace that comes from knowing you're safe in His hands today extends to the assurance that your tomorrow is equally secure in His love. The protection we've discovered isn't just for this moment or this season, it's eternal. The fortress we've explored isn't temporary shelter, it's your permanent dwelling place. The angels that guard you don't work in shifts. They're assigned to you for life and beyond. And the secret place where you dwell with the Most High isn't just for earth. It's preparation for an eternal home that's being prepared for you even now. Take a moment to let this truth settle deep into your heart. You don't just visit God's protection when you need it. You live there. This isn't a temporary arrangement that depends on your good behavior or spiritual performance. This is your permanent address in the spiritual realm. You dwell in the secret place of the Most High. You abide under the shadow of the Almighty. This is where you belong, and nothing can change that. If you're facing circumstances that make you feel vulnerable or exposed, remember that your true position is hidden with Christ in God. If you're going through a season that feels overwhelming, remember that you're dwelling in a place of perfect safety. If you're worried about the future, remember that your dwelling place is eternal and secure. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are hidden in the secret place of the Most High. As you rest tonight, picture yourself not just as someone who occasionally seeks God's protection, but as someone who lives in His presence. See yourself as a permanent resident of the secret place, with all the rights and privileges that come with that position. You have access to His strength whenever you need it. You have the right to His peace in every situation. You have the privilege of His guidance for every decision. You have the blessing of His love surrounding you always. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and new opportunities, but you'll face them from the security of your dwelling place with God. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God who has made you completely secure in His protection has also given you promises about your future that will fill your heart with hope. The peace that surpasses understanding isn't just a nice phrase, it's your inheritance as one who dwells in the secret place. Sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that you are home in the secret place of the Most High. Let the rhythm of your breathing remind you of the steady, unchanging presence that surrounds you. You are safe, you are loved, you are home, and tomorrow we'll explore together the beautiful promises of peace that await all who trust in Him. From the complete security of dwelling in God's secret place, we now turn our hearts toward one of the most beautiful promises in all of Scripture. The same God who has made you perfectly safe in His protection has also promised you a peace that surpasses all understanding. This isn't just the absence of conflict or the calm between storms. This is a supernatural peace that guards your heart and mind even in the midst of circumstances that would normally steal your rest. Tonight, let's discover what it means to receive the peace that Jesus gives, a peace the world cannot give and cannot take away. When Jesus spoke to His disciples about peace, He wasn't offering them a life free from trouble. In fact, He had just told them that in this world they would have tribulation. But He offered them something far better than the absence of problems. He offered them His own peace, a peace that could coexist with difficulty and even transform it. This peace doesn't depend on your circumstances being perfect. It depends on your connection to the Prince of Peace. It's not a peace you have to create or maintain. It's a peace you receive as a gift. The Apostle Paul describes this peace as something that surpasses understanding. This means it doesn't make sense to the natural mind. People look at your situation and wonder how you can be so calm. They see the challenges you're facing and can't understand why you're not falling apart. Even you might be surprised by the peace you feel in circumstances that would have overwhelmed you before. This is supernatural peace. Peace that comes from above and operates beyond human logic. This peace that surpasses understanding serves as a guard for your heart and mind. Picture a sentinel standing watch at the gates of a city, carefully examining everything that seeks entry. God's peace does the same for your inner life. It stands guard against anxiety, preventing worry from taking root in your thoughts. It protects against fear, keeping terror from overwhelming your emotions. It shields against despair, blocking hopelessness from settling in your heart. This peace is not passive, it's actively protective. The key to experiencing this peace lies in bringing everything to God in prayer with thanksgiving. When you present your requests to God, you're not just asking for help, you're acknowledging that He is able to handle whatever you're facing. When you do this with thanksgiving, you're expressing faith that He will work all things together for your good. This combination of honest prayer and grateful trust creates the perfect environment for supernatural peace to flood your heart. But this peace isn't something you experience only during your prayer time. It's meant to be a constant companion throughout your day. When unexpected challenges arise, this peace reminds you that God is still in control. When people disappoint you, this peace assures you that your security doesn't depend on human reliability. When the future looks uncertain, This peace whispers that your times are in His hands. It becomes the background music of your life, a steady rhythm of trust that plays beneath every circumstance. The prophet Isaiah speaks of perfect peace for those whose minds are stayed on God. This isn't about positive thinking or mental discipline, though those can be helpful. This is about fixing your thoughts on the character and promises of God. When your mind is stayed on His faithfulness, you experience peace. When your thoughts are anchored in His love, you find rest. When your focus is on His sovereignty, you discover calm. The peace comes not from your ability to control your thoughts, but from the object of your thoughts. This divine peace also has the power to heal relationships and restore harmony. When you're operating from a place of supernatural peace, you're less likely to react defensively or speak words you'll regret. You can listen more carefully to others because you're not anxious about protecting yourself. You can respond with grace because you're not operating from a place of fear. God's peace in your heart becomes a gift you can offer to others, creating an atmosphere where healing and reconciliation can flourish. This peace that surpasses understanding is intimately connected to hope. When you truly believe that God is working all things together for your good, peace naturally follows. When you're convinced that His plans for you are good and not evil, to give you a future and a hope, your heart can rest. When you understand that nothing can separate you from His love, peace becomes your natural state. This peace isn't just about feeling better in the moment. It's about having confidence in what God is doing in your life. The peace Jesus gives is also different from the peace the world offers. The world's peace depends on favorable circumstances, successful outcomes, and the absence of problems. But Jesus' peace can coexist with difficulty, uncertainty, and even suffering. It's not dependent on everything going your way. It's rooted in the knowledge that you belong to the One who holds all things in His hands. This peace doesn't flee when trouble comes. It actually becomes more precious and more evident during difficult times. Take a moment right now to consider the areas of your life where you need this supernatural peace. Perhaps you're worried about a relationship that seems to be struggling. Maybe you're anxious about a decision you need to make. Possibly you're concerned about your health or the health of someone you love. Whatever is stealing your peace, remember that you have access to a peace that surpasses understanding. This peace is available to you right now, not because your circumstances are perfect, but because your God is faithful. The beautiful thing about this peace is that it's not something you have to work up or manufacture. It's not dependent on your ability to think positive thoughts or maintain the right attitude. It's a gift that flows from your relationship with the Prince of Peace. As you learn to trust Him more deeply, peace becomes more natural. As you experience His faithfulness repeatedly, peace becomes more automatic. As you grow in your understanding of His love, peace becomes more constant. This peace also prepares your heart for the even greater truths we'll explore together. When you're established in the peace that surpasses understanding, you're ready to receive the hope that comes from knowing about your eternal home. When your heart is guarded by supernatural peace, you can look forward with confidence to all that God has prepared for those who love Him. This peace isn't just for today. It's the foundation for an eternal perspective that transforms how you see everything. As you prepare for sleep tonight, let your heart be filled with this truth. You have access to a peace that the world cannot give and cannot take away. This peace doesn't depend on your circumstances being perfect or your problems being solved. It flows from your connection to the one who has overcome the world. Let this peace guard your heart and mind as you rest, knowing that the same peace that's available to you tonight will be available tomorrow and every day after. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them with the peace that surpasses understanding. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God, who gives you supernatural peace, has also prepared rooms in his Father's house, where you will dwell forever. The peace you experience now is just a foretaste of the perfect peace that awaits you in your eternal home. Sleep peacefully tonight, guarded by the peace that surpasses all understanding. Building upon the peace that surpasses understanding, we now turn our hearts toward one of the most comforting promises Jesus ever spoke. In the midst of his disciples' confusion and fear about his departure, Jesus painted a picture of hope that has brought comfort to countless hearts across the centuries. He spoke of his Father's house with many rooms, and his promise to prepare a place specifically for you. Tonight, let's explore what it means to have an eternal home waiting for you, a place prepared by love for love, where every tear will be wiped away and every sorrow will be turned to joy. When Jesus told his disciples not to let their hearts be troubled, he wasn't minimizing their very real concerns about the future. He was offering them something greater than their immediate circumstances, an eternal perspective that could transform their present anxiety into lasting hope. In his Father's house, he explained, there are many rooms, many dwelling places. This wasn't just a nice sentiment to make them feel better. It was a promise rooted in the very nature of God's love for his children. The same promise extends to you today. Picture for a moment what it means that Jesus himself is preparing your room. This isn't a generic space assigned to you by some heavenly housing department. This is a place being personally designed by the one who knows you better than you know yourself. He knows your favorite colors, the textures that bring you comfort, the views that fill your heart with wonder. He knows what makes you feel most at home, most loved, most at peace. Every detail of your eternal dwelling is being crafted with you specifically in mind. The fact that Jesus said he would go and prepare this place reveals something beautiful about his heart toward you. He doesn't delegate this task to angels or leave it to chance. He personally takes responsibility for creating your eternal home, just as he was personally involved in your salvation. He's personally involved in your eternal future. The same hands that were pierced for your sins are now preparing a place where you'll never experience pain again. The same heart that broke for your brokenness is now designing a home where you'll be completely whole. But here's what makes this promise even more wonderful. Jesus didn't just promise to prepare a place for you. He promised to come back and take you there himself. You won't have to find your way to your eternal home alone. You won't have to worry about getting lost or arriving at the wrong destination. Jesus himself will come for you and personally escort you to the place he's prepared. The journey to your eternal home will be made in the company of the one who loves you most. This promise transforms how you view your current circumstances. Whatever challenges you're facing today, whatever losses you've experienced, whatever disappointments have wounded your heart, these are not your final destination. You are not stuck in your current situation forever. You have a home being prepared for you, where every wrong will be made right, every tear will be dried, every broken relationship will be healed. This isn't wishful thinking. This is the promise of the one who conquered death itself. The Apostle Paul speaks of our present sufferings not being worthy to be compared with the glory that will be revealed in us. This doesn't minimize the reality of current pain, but it puts it in perspective. The room being prepared for you in your Father's house will be so glorious, so perfect, so filled with joy that it will make every earthly sorrow seem like a brief shadow in comparison. The happiness you'll experience there will be so complete that you'll wonder how you ever thought your current troubles were overwhelming. Take a moment to let your imagination picture your room in your Father's house. What do you think Jesus is including as He prepares it for you? Perhaps there's a window with a view of something that has always brought you peace. Maybe there are books filled with all the answers to questions that have puzzled you. Possibly there are comfortable places to sit and talk with loved ones you've missed. Most certainly, there's a sense of belonging and acceptance that you've never fully experienced on earth. Consider what it means that this room is being prepared specifically for you. It's not a one-size-fits-all accommodation. It's designed with your personality, your preferences, your heart's deepest longings in mind. The God who created you with unique gifts and desires is preparing a place that will perfectly suit who He made you to be. In your Father's house, you won't have to pretend to be someone else or try to fit into a mold that doesn't suit you. You'll be perfectly yourself, perfectly loved, perfectly at home. This eternal perspective also brings comfort when you're grieving the loss of loved ones who knew Jesus. They haven't ceased to exist. They've simply moved to their prepared rooms ahead of you. They're experiencing the joy and peace that's waiting for you too. The separation is temporary, but the reunion will be eternal. In your Father's house, there will be no more goodbyes, no more separations, no more longing for those you love. Everyone who belongs to Jesus will be together forever. The promise of rooms in your Father's house also speaks to your deepest need for security and belonging. Perhaps you've never felt like you truly belonged anywhere on earth. Maybe you've always felt like an outsider, never quite fitting in. Possibly you've experienced rejection or abandonment that left you wondering if you'll ever have a real home. But Jesus promises that you have a place prepared specifically for you, a room with your name on it, a home where you'll never be asked to leave. This isn't just about the distant future either. Knowing that you have an eternal home being prepared for you brings peace to your present circumstances. When earthly homes feel unstable or temporary, you can rest in the knowledge that your real home is secure. When relationships disappoint or circumstances change, you can find comfort in knowing that your ultimate belonging is guaranteed. When you feel displaced or unsettled, you can remember that you're just passing through on your way to your real home. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God preparing a feast for all peoples, a banquet where death will be swallowed up forever. This is the kind of celebration that awaits you in your Father's house. It's not just a place to exist, It's a place to celebrate, to feast, to experience joy beyond anything you've known on earth. The room Jesus is preparing for you is part of a larger celebration of his love and victory. You're not just getting a place to stay. You're getting an invitation to the greatest party in the universe. As you rest tonight, let your heart be filled with this hope. You have a room being prepared for you in your Father's house. Jesus himself is designing it with love, crafting every detail with you in mind. This isn't just a distant possibility. It's a guaranteed reality based on his promise. The same Jesus who died for your sins and rose from the dead is personally ensuring that you have an eternal home. You are not homeless in the universe. You belong to the family of God. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them with the hope of your eternal home. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God who is preparing a place for you is also working all things together for your good. Even in circumstances that seem difficult or confusing, the hope of your eternal home is connected to the confidence that your present circumstances are part of a beautiful plan. Sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that your room in your Father's house is being prepared with infinite love. From the hope of our eternal home in our Father's house, we now discover one of the most powerful promises that can transform how you view every circumstance in your life. The Apostle Paul, writing from his own experience of hardship and difficulty, declared that all things work together for good to those who love God. This isn't naive optimism or wishful thinking. This is a profound truth about how God operates in the lives of his children. Tonight, let's explore how even the most challenging circumstances in your life are being woven together by divine hands into a tapestry of good that will ultimately bring glory to God and blessing to you. When Paul wrote about all things working together for good, he wasn't sitting in comfort writing theoretical theology. He was writing from experience: shipwrecks, imprisonments, beatings, rejection, and countless hardships that would have broken most people. Yet from this place of tested faith, he could declare with absolute confidence that God was working even the most difficult circumstances for good. This promise isn't for people whose lives are easy. It's specifically for those who are walking through seasons that don't make sense. The phrase "all things" is comprehensive and intentional. It doesn't say some things work together for good, or that only the pleasant things serve God's purposes. It says all things: the disappointments, the losses, the betrayals, the failures, the sicknesses, the broken dreams. Even the things that seem to contradict God's love or question his goodness are somehow being woven into a pattern that will ultimately demonstrate both. This doesn't mean that bad things are good, but it means that God is so powerful and wise that he can bring good from even the worst circumstances. Think about a master weaver creating a beautiful tapestry. From the front, you see the gorgeous pattern, the harmonious colors, the intricate design. But if you look at the back, you see knots, loose threads, and colors that seem to clash. Individual threads might look ugly or out of place, but they're essential to creating the beauty on the front. Your life is like that tapestry, and you're currently looking at it from the back. God sees the front, the finished masterpiece he's creating through every thread of your experience. The promise that all things work together for good is specifically for those who love God and are called according to His purpose. This isn't a universal principle that applies to everyone regardless of their relationship with God. It's a covenant promise for His children. When you love God, even imperfectly, even with questions and doubts, you're positioned to receive this promise. When you're walking in His calling, even when you're not sure exactly what that means, you're covered by this assurance. Your love for God doesn't have to be perfect for His promise to be true. Here's what makes this promise even more amazing. God doesn't just work around your mistakes and failures. He works through them. The things you're most ashamed of, the decisions you most regret, the moments when you failed most spectacularly, even these are not beyond God's ability to redeem and use for good. He doesn't just clean up your messes, He transforms them into testimonies of His grace. He doesn't just overcome your weaknesses, He uses them to display His strength. Nothing in your life is wasted when God is weaving it together for good. This truth brings incredible hope when you're in the middle of circumstances that feel overwhelming or senseless. When you receive a diagnosis that rocks your world, you can trust that God is already working to bring good from it. When a relationship ends in painful betrayal, you can believe that God will use even this heartbreak for your ultimate benefit. When financial pressures mount beyond what you think you can handle, you can rest in knowing that God is orchestrating something good through this trial. The good might not be immediately visible, but it's absolutely certain. Sometimes the good that God works from difficult circumstances is obvious and immediate. A job loss leads to a better opportunity. An illness brings a family closer together. A financial setback teaches valuable lessons about priorities. But often, the good is more subtle and long-term. Character is developed through trials. Compassion is deepened through suffering. Faith is strengthened through testing. Dependence on God is cultivated through circumstances that reveal your need for Him. The prophet Isaiah reminds us that God's thoughts are higher than our thoughts, and His ways higher than our ways. This is why we can trust Him to work all things together for good, even when we can't see how. His perspective is eternal, while ours is temporal. His wisdom is infinite, while ours is limited. His power is unlimited, while ours is constrained. He can see connections and possibilities that are completely invisible to us. What looks like a dead end to you might be a setup for a miracle in His plan. Take a moment to consider the difficult circumstances you've faced in your life. Can you see ways that God has already worked some of them together for good? Perhaps a painful experience taught you empathy that now helps you comfort others. Maybe a closed door led you to an opportunity you never would have discovered otherwise. Possibly, a season of struggle developed strength in you that you didn't know you possessed. These aren't coincidences. They're evidence of God's faithful promise to work all things together for good. Now consider the current challenges you're facing. While you may not be able to see how God will work these situations for good, you can trust that He will. This doesn't mean you should be passive or stop working toward solutions. It means you can work with peace instead of panic, with hope instead of despair. You can make decisions based on faith rather than fear, because you know that even if you make mistakes, God can work those for good too. This promise also changes how you pray about difficult circumstances. Instead of just asking God to remove the problems, you can ask Him to show you how He wants to use them. Instead of demanding that He change your situation immediately, you can trust Him to work in His perfect timing. Instead of questioning His love when things don't go as you hoped, you can rest in the assurance that His love is actively working through every circumstance for your ultimate good. The good that God works from all things isn't always what we would choose for ourselves. His definition of good is often different from ours. We might define good as comfort, success, and the absence of problems, but God's good often includes character development, spiritual growth, and deeper dependence on Him. His good is eternal, while ours is often temporary. His good transforms us into the image of Christ, while ours might just make us more comfortable. But His good is always better than ours, even when it doesn't feel that way. This promise is also connected to God's ultimate purpose for your life. Paul explains that those who love God are called according to His purpose, and that purpose is to be conformed to the image of His Son. Every circumstance in your life, pleasant or painful, is being used by God to make you more like Jesus. This is the ultimate good. Not just that your problems will be solved, but that you will be transformed. Not just that your life will be easier, but that your character will be more beautiful. Not just that you'll be happier, but that you'll be holier. As you rest tonight, let this truth settle deep into your heart. God is working all things together for your good. Every thread of your experience, beautiful or painful, is being woven into a masterpiece that will ultimately display His glory and bring you joy. You don't have to understand how He's doing it or see the pattern He's creating. You just need to trust the weaver and rest in His promise. The same God who worked all things together for good in Paul's life is working all things together for good in yours. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them with the confidence that God is working even these for your good. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this same God, who works all things together for good, has also promised you a perfect peace that comes from trusting in Him completely. The hope we've been building leads to a peace that can guard your heart in every circumstance. Sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that all things are working together for your good. As we complete our journey through the promises of peace, we arrive at one of the most profound truths in all of Scripture, the promise of perfect peace for those whose minds are stayed on God. We've discovered the peace that surpasses understanding, explored our eternal home being prepared, and seen how all things work together for good. Now we explore what it means to have a mind that is steadfast, trusting completely in the Lord, and experiencing the perfect peace that flows from unwavering faith. This isn't just temporary calm between storms. This is the deep, abiding peace that becomes the foundation of your entire life. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God keeping in perfect peace those whose minds are stayed on Him because they trust in Him. This perfect peace isn't dependent on perfect circumstances or perfect understanding. It flows from a perfect trust in a perfect God. When your mind is stayed on the Lord, fixed, established, anchored in His character and promises, you experience a peace that remains constant regardless of what's happening around you. This is the peace that transforms ordinary believers into extraordinary testimonies of God's faithfulness. A mind that is stayed on God is like a tree planted by streams of water. Its roots go deep into the source of life, drawing constant nourishment and strength. When drought comes, it doesn't wither because its source isn't dependent on surface conditions. When storms rage, it doesn't fall because its foundation is secure. When seasons change, it continues to flourish because it's connected to something eternal. This is what happens when your mind is consistently focused on the Lord. You develop a stability that can't be shaken. The word "stayed" in the original language means to lean upon, to support oneself against something solid. When your mind is stayed on God, you're not just thinking about Him occasionally. You're leaning your entire mental and emotional weight on His character. You're supporting yourself against His promises when everything else feels unstable. You're finding your balance in His unchanging nature when the world around you is shifting. This kind of trust creates an unshakable foundation for perfect peace. Perfect peace doesn't mean the absence of all challenges or difficulties. It means having a deep, settled confidence that God is in control even when circumstances suggest otherwise. It's the peace that Job experienced when he declared that though God slay him, yet would he trust in Him. It's the peace that Paul and Silas had when they sang hymns in prison at midnight. It's the peace that Jesus demonstrated when He slept in the boat during a violent storm. This peace isn't the absence of trouble. It's the presence of trust. When your mind is stayed on God, you begin to see everything through the lens of His sovereignty and love. Disappointments become opportunities to trust Him more deeply. Delays become chances to develop patience and faith. Difficulties become platforms for experiencing His strength. Even disasters become occasions to discover His faithfulness in new ways. Your perspective shifts from asking, "Why is this happening to me?" to declaring God will work this for good. This perfect peace also affects how you relate to others. When you're anchored in God's peace, you're less likely to be thrown off balance by other people's moods or actions. You can love difficult people because your security doesn't depend on their approval. You can forgive those who hurt you because your identity isn't threatened by their rejection. You can serve others joyfully because your worth isn't measured by their gratitude. Perfect peace makes you a source of stability for others who are struggling. The trust that produces perfect peace isn't blind optimism or denial of reality. It's an informed confidence based on God's proven character and faithful promises. You trust Him not because you can see how everything will work out, but because you know who He is. You trust Him not because the path is clear, but because the guide is reliable. You trust Him not because you understand His methods, but because you're convinced of His love. This trust is built through relationship, tested through trials, and strengthened through experience. As wonderful as it is to experience perfect peace through trusting in the Lord, there's an even greater truth that serves as the foundation for all the peace, protection, and hope we've discovered. The reason you can trust God completely, the reason His peace is perfect, the reason his promises are sure. It all flows from one magnificent reality. His love for you is absolutely unshakable. From the security of perfect peace, we're now ready to explore the depths of a love so vast, so enduring, so complete, that nothing in all creation can separate you from it. The peace we've been discovering isn't just a feeling or an experience. It's rooted in the eternal, unchanging love of God. The protection we've explored flows from His passionate commitment to your well-being. The hope we've embraced is grounded in His faithful love that never fails. And the peace that guards your heart is sustained by a love that will never let you go. Everything we've learned points to this ultimate truth. You are loved with an everlasting love. Take a moment to consider what it would mean to live with your mind consistently stayed on the Lord. Imagine waking up each morning with your first thoughts turning to His faithfulness. Picture facing each challenge with the immediate awareness that God is in control. Envision ending each day with gratitude for His constant presence and care. This isn't just a nice idea. This is the lifestyle that produces perfect peace. It's available to you not because you're perfect, but because He is. The beautiful thing about having your mind stayed on God is that it becomes more natural over time. The more you practice turning your thoughts to Him, the more automatic it becomes. The more you experience His faithfulness, the easier it is to trust Him. The more you taste His peace, the more you hunger for it. What starts as a discipline gradually becomes a delight. What begins as effort eventually becomes effortless. This perfect peace isn't reserved for spiritual giants or people who have their lives completely figured out. It's available to anyone who chooses to trust in the Lord with all their heart. It's for the struggling single parent who feels overwhelmed by responsibilities. It's for the business person facing financial pressures. It's for the student worried about the future. It's for the elderly person concerned about health. It's for anyone who will lean their full weight on God's character and promises. As you rest tonight, let your mind be stayed on this truth. The Lord is your perfect peace. He doesn't just give you peace, He is your peace. When you trust in Him completely, you tap into a source of tranquility that never runs dry. When your mind is anchored in His love, you experience a stability that can't be shaken. This peace isn't dependent on your circumstances being perfect. It flows from your connection to the perfect one. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them with a mind stayed on the Lord. And as we continue our final journey together, we'll discover that this same God who gives you perfect peace loves you with a love so complete, so unshakable, so eternal that nothing in all creation can separate you from it. The peace you found is just the beginning of understanding the depths of His love. Sleep peacefully tonight, with your mind stayed on Him, experiencing His perfect peace. From the perfect peace that comes from trusting in the Lord with a steadfast mind, we now embark on our final and most profound journey together. We've discovered the tender care of the Good Shepherd, found refuge in His fortress of protection, and experienced the hope of His eternal promises. Now we come to the bedrock truth that underlies everything else, the magnificent reality of God's unshakable love for you. Tonight, we explore the Apostle Paul's triumphant declaration, that nothing in all creation can separate you from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus. This isn't just beautiful poetry. This is the unbreakable foundation upon which your entire life can rest. When Paul wrote these words about inseparable love, he wasn't speaking from a place of ease and comfort. He had experienced persecution, imprisonment, shipwreck, betrayal, and countless hardships that would have shattered most people's faith. Yet from this place of tested experience, he could declare with absolute confidence that nothing could separate him from God's love. He had tried to find the limits of that love and discovered there were none. He had searched for circumstances that could break that connection and found it was impossible. This same unbreakable love surrounds you today. Picture for a moment the vastness of what Paul is declaring. He doesn't say that some things can't separate you from God's love, or that most things can't break that connection. He says nothing, absolutely nothing, in all creation has the power to sever the bond between you and God's love. This includes every fear that haunts your thoughts, every failure that brings you shame, every circumstance that makes you feel abandoned. None of these things, no matter how overwhelming they seem, can touch the love that God has for you. Paul systematically addresses every possible threat to your security in God's love. Death cannot separate you from His love. In fact, it ushers you into His presence, where you'll experience that love more fully than ever before. Life cannot separate you from His love. Every breath you take is sustained by His loving care. Angels cannot separate you from His love. They're actually assigned to serve those who are heirs of salvation. Demons cannot separate you from His love. They have no power over those who belong to Christ. The present circumstances that feel overwhelming right now cannot separate you from God's love. Whether you're facing financial pressures, health concerns, relationship struggles, or any other challenge, these present realities have no power to diminish God's love for you. In fact, His love is often most evident and most precious during difficult seasons. The future that seems uncertain and frightening cannot separate you from His love. Whatever tomorrow may bring, it will bring you into an even deeper experience of His faithful love. No power in the spiritual realm can separate you from God's love. The enemy of your soul may whisper lies about your worth, but he has no authority to change God's heart toward you. Spiritual forces of darkness may create confusion and fear, but they cannot touch the love that holds you secure. No height of success can make God love you more, and no depth of failure can make Him love you less. His love isn't based on your performance, it's based on His character. Take a moment to let this truth penetrate the deepest places of your heart. Think about the thing that makes you feel most unlovable, most ashamed, most unworthy. Now hear this promise. That very thing cannot separate you from God's love. The mistake you made that you can't forgive yourself for, it cannot separate you from His love. The weakness you're most embarrassed about, it cannot separate you from His love. The fear that keeps you awake at night, it cannot separate you from His love. This inseparable love isn't passive or distant. It's the active, pursuing love of a Father who gave His only Son to secure your relationship with Him forever. It's the love that moved heaven and earth to rescue you when you were lost. It's the love that continues to work in your life every day, shaping you, protecting you, providing for you, and preparing an eternal home for you. This love isn't just a feeling God has about you. It's the driving force behind everything He does in your life. The love that cannot be separated from you is also the love that will never change. Human love, no matter how sincere, can grow cold or be withdrawn. But God's love is as unchanging as His character. He loved you before you were born. He loves you in your worst moments, and He will love you for all eternity. This love doesn't fluctuate based on your mood, your behavior, or your circumstances. It's as constant as the sunrise, as reliable as the seasons, as enduring as the mountains. This unshakable love also provides the foundation for how you can love others. When you're secure in God's inseparable love, you're free to love others without needing them to love you back. You can forgive those who hurt you because your worth isn't dependent on their treatment of you. You can serve others joyfully because your identity is secure in God's love. You can take risks in relationships because your ultimate security isn't in human love, but in divine love. The Apostle John reminds us that we love because he first loved us. This inseparable love that surrounds you isn't just for your comfort. It's meant to flow through you to others. When people encounter you, they should sense something of the unshakable love that has captured your heart. Your life becomes a testimony to the reality of God's love. Your peace in difficult circumstances points others to the same love that sustains you. Your joy in the midst of trials reveals the source of your strength. This love that cannot be separated from you is also preparing you for an even greater revelation. As vast and wonderful as it is to know that nothing can separate you from God's love, there are depths to that love that we've only begun to explore. The width and length and height and depth of Christ's love surpass knowledge. Yet we're invited to know this love more fully from the security of knowing that nothing can separate us from His love. We can venture into the infinite ocean of His affection. As you rest tonight, let your heart be established in this unshakable truth. You are inseparably connected to the love of God. No circumstance can change it. No failure can diminish it. No fear can threaten it. This love surrounds you like the air you breathe, sustains you like the ground beneath your feet, and will carry you safely into eternity. You are not just loved. You are held in a love so strong that nothing in all creation can break it. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them wrapped in the security of inseparable love. And as we continue our final journey together, we'll discover just how wide and long and high and deep this love really is. The love that cannot be separated from you has dimensions that will take eternity to explore. Sleep peacefully tonight, held secure in the love that will never let you go. From the unshakable assurance that nothing can separate you from God's love, we now venture into the infinite dimensions of that love itself. The Apostle Paul prayed that believers would have the strength to comprehend the width and length and height and depth of Christ's love, even though it surpasses knowledge. Tonight, we embark on an exploration of love so vast that it defies measurement, so complete that it fills every empty space in your heart, and so profound that it will take eternity to fully understand. This isn't just about feeling loved. This is about being immersed in an ocean of divine affection that has no shores. Picture yourself standing at the edge of the ocean, trying to measure its vastness. You can see the horizon where water meets sky, but you know that beyond that horizon, the ocean continues for thousands of miles. Even if you could somehow measure the surface, the depths below remain largely unexplored. This is what it's like to contemplate the love of Christ. Every time you think you've grasped its magnitude, you discover there's infinitely more. The love that holds you is broader than the universe, longer than eternity, higher than the heavens, and deeper than any human need or failure. The width of Christ's love encompasses every person who has ever lived or ever will live. It reaches across every barrier that divides humanity: race, culture, language, social status, education, and background. But more personally, it reaches across every barrier in your own life. It spans the gap between who you are and who you wish you could be. It bridges the distance between your failures and God's holiness. It covers every area of your life: your relationships, your work, your dreams, your fears, your past, and your future. There's no part of you that falls outside the width of His love. The length of Christ's love extends through all time and into eternity. It reaches back to before the foundation of the world, when God chose you in Christ. It encompasses every moment of your life from conception to your final breath and beyond. It stretches forward into an eternity where you'll experience the fullness of His love in ways you can't imagine now. This love isn't temporary or conditional. It's as long as God's existence, which is forever. You were loved before you were born. You're loved in this moment, and you'll be loved for all eternity. The height of Christ's love reaches beyond the highest heavens. It lifts you above your circumstances, no matter how overwhelming they seem. It elevates your identity above your performance or achievements. It raises your worth above what others think of you or how you feel about yourself. This love places you in the heavenly realms, seated with Christ at the right hand of God. From this elevated position, you can look down on your problems and see them from God's perspective. The height of His love gives you a view that transforms everything. The depth of Christ's love goes deeper than your deepest shame, your darkest secret, your most painful wound. It descends to the lowest places of human experience and declares that even there, you are not beyond the reach of divine love. When you feel like you've fallen too far or failed too badly, His love goes deeper still. When you're in the valley of the shadow of death, His love is deeper than the darkness. When you're drowning in guilt or despair, His love is deeper than the depths that threaten to overwhelm you. There's no pit so deep that His love isn't deeper still. Take a moment to consider which dimension of Christ's love speaks most powerfully to your heart right now. If you're feeling isolated or different, rest in the width of His love that includes you completely. If you're worried about the future or haunted by the past, find peace in the length of His love that covers all time. If you're feeling discouraged or defeated, be lifted by the height of His love that elevates you above your circumstances. If you're struggling with shame or guilt, be comforted by the depth of His love that reaches your lowest moments. Paul prays that you would be strengthened with power through God's Spirit to comprehend these dimensions. This isn't something you can understand with your mind alone. It requires spiritual strength and divine revelation. The Holy Spirit wants to make this love real to you in ways that go beyond intellectual knowledge. He wants you to experience it, feel it, be overwhelmed by it. This love isn't meant to be a theological concept. It's meant to be a living reality that transforms every aspect of your life. The paradox of this love is that while it surpasses knowledge, we're still called to know it. This means there's always more to discover, always deeper levels to experience. You'll never reach a point where you fully grasp the love of Christ. Even in eternity, you'll continue to discover new dimensions of His affection for you. This keeps the relationship fresh and exciting. There's always more love to explore, always new depths to plumb. You're not just loved. You're invited into a lifelong adventure of discovering how much you're loved. This multi-dimensional love also provides the foundation for your own capacity to love. As you're filled with the fullness of God's love, it overflows to others. You begin to love with the same width, reaching across barriers and differences. You love with the same length, remaining faithful through time and seasons. You love with the same height, lifting others above their circumstances. You love with the same depth, reaching people in their darkest moments. His love in you becomes a source of healing and hope for others. The immensity of this love also puts your problems in perspective. When you're facing challenges that seem insurmountable, remember that they're finite while His love is infinite. When you're dealing with pain that feels overwhelming, remember that His love is wider than your pain, longer than your suffering, higher than your despair, and deeper than your wounds. This doesn't minimize your struggles, but it provides a context that can sustain you through them. You're not just enduring difficulties, you're experiencing them while surrounded by immeasurable love. The prophet Jeremiah speaks of God's love as being drawn with loving kindness, a love that is steadfast and unfailing. This is the quality of the love whose dimensions we're exploring. It's not fickle or changeable. It doesn't depend on your mood or behavior. It's as reliable as God's character and as enduring as His nature. The width, length, height, and depth of this love remain constant regardless of your circumstances. You can count on these dimensions being exactly the same tomorrow as they are today. As you prepare for sleep tonight, let your imagination try to picture the vastness of Christ's love for you. See yourself surrounded by love that extends in every direction beyond what you can see. Feel yourself held by love that reaches back to eternity, past and forward to eternity future. Know yourself lifted by love that places you in the heavenly realms. Rest in love that goes deeper than any need or fear you could ever have. You're not just in this love, you're completely immersed in it. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them surrounded by love that has no limits. And as we continue our journey together, we'll discover that this immeasurable love has been pursuing you with an intensity and faithfulness that will take your breath away. The dimensions of His love are matched only by the passion with which He loves you. Sleep peacefully tonight, wrapped in love that is wider, longer, higher, and deeper than anything you can imagine. From our exploration of the infinite dimensions of Christ's love, we now discover the eternal nature of the affection that surrounds you. The prophet Jeremiah speaks of God declaring, "I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore, with loving kindness I have drawn you." This isn't love that began when you first believed, or love that depends on your continued faithfulness. This is love that existed before time began and will continue long after time ends. Tonight, we rest in the magnificent truth that you are loved with a love that has no beginning and will have no end. The word everlasting carries profound meaning that goes beyond simply lasting a long time. It speaks of love that exists outside of time altogether, love that is as eternal as God Himself. Before the mountains were formed or the seas were filled, God loved you. Before your parents met or your grandparents were born, His heart was already set upon you. This love didn't develop over time as God got to know you better. It was complete and perfect from eternity past. You were loved before you drew your first breath, and you'll be loved long after you draw your last. This everlasting love is what motivated God to draw you to Himself with loving kindness. The Hebrew word for loving kindness speaks of loyal love, covenant faithfulness, steadfast mercy. It's the kind of love that keeps its promises no matter what. God didn't pursue you because you were particularly lovable or because you had something to offer Him. He drew you because His everlasting love compelled Him to seek relationship with you. Every step you've taken toward God has actually been a response to His love drawing you closer. Think about the implications of being loved with everlasting love. This means that every moment of your life, the beautiful ones and the difficult ones, has been lived under the canopy of eternal affection. When you were taking your first steps as a child, everlasting love was watching over you. When you were struggling through difficult seasons, everlasting love was sustaining you. When you were making mistakes and poor choices, everlasting love was patiently working to bring you back. This love has been the constant backdrop of your entire existence. The everlasting nature of God's love also means it cannot be diminished by time or circumstances. Human love, no matter how sincere, can fade with time or be damaged by disappointment. But God's love for you is as fresh today as it was in eternity past. It's as strong now as it will be in eternity future. Age doesn't weaken it, distance doesn't diminish it, and your failures don't damage it. This love is as unchanging as the God who loves you. The Apostle John reminds us that God is love, not just that He has love or shows love, but that love is His very essence. This means that when you're loved with everlasting love, you're being loved with the very nature of God Himself. You're not receiving a portion of His love or a temporary expression of His affection. You're being loved with the fullness of divine love, the same love that exists within the Trinity, the love that is God's very being. This is why this love is everlasting, Prodes, because God Himself is everlasting. Take a moment to let this truth settle into the deepest places of your heart. You are not loved conditionally or temporarily. You are loved with everlasting love. This love existed before you were born and will continue after you die. It doesn't depend on your performance, your mood, your circumstances, or your faithfulness. It's as constant as God's existence and as reliable as His character. Let this knowledge bring deep peace to any anxiety about whether you're truly loved. This everlasting love also provides the foundation for your eternal security. Because God's love for you has no end, your relationship with Him has no expiration date. The salvation you've received isn't temporary or probationary. It's backed by everlasting love. The forgiveness you've been given isn't conditional or revocable. It flows from love that never ends. The home being prepared for you in heaven isn't dependent on your continued good behavior. It's guaranteed by love that is eternal. When you understand that you're loved with everlasting love, it transforms how you view your past, present, and future. Your past mistakes and failures are covered by love that existed before you made them. Your present struggles and weaknesses are held by love that will never let you go. Your future uncertainties and fears are already known by love that has no end. Every chapter of your story is written within the context of everlasting love. This eternal love also gives meaning and purpose to your temporary life on earth. You're not just living a brief existence that will be forgotten. You're living a life that matters to the eternal God who loves you with everlasting love. Every day you live, every choice you make, every person you touch is significant because it's all happening within the framework of eternal love. Your life has meaning because you are loved with a love that transcends time. The prophet Isaiah speaks of God's love as being like a mother's love for her nursing child, but even more constant and faithful. A mother might forget her child, but God will never forget you because His love is everlasting. He has engraved you on the palms of His hands, marking you as permanently His. This isn't just a beautiful metaphor. It's the reality of how deeply and permanently you are loved. You are etched into the very heart of God with everlasting love. This everlasting love also flows through you to others. When you're secure in the knowledge that you're loved with eternal love, you're free to love others without needing them to love you back. You can forgive those who hurt you because your worth isn't dependent on their treatment of you. You can serve others joyfully because your identity is secure in everlasting love. You become a conduit of the same eternal love that has captured your heart. As we near the end of our journey together, this truth about everlasting love prepares your heart for the sweetest rest. Knowing that you are loved with a love that has no beginning and no end, you can release every worry about whether you're truly accepted. You can let go of every fear about being abandoned or forgotten. You can rest in the absolute certainty that you are held by love that will never fail. This everlasting love is your eternal home, your permanent address in the heart of God. As you prepare for sleep tonight, wrap yourself in this truth. You are loved with everlasting love. This love surrounded you before you were born. It holds you now as you rest, and it will carry you safely into eternity. You are not just temporarily loved or conditionally accepted. You are permanently, eternally, everlastingly loved by the God who created you. Let this knowledge bring the deepest peace to your soul. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but you'll face them wrapped in everlasting love. And as we conclude our journey together, we'll discover what it means to rest completely in this perfect love, finding the sweetest sleep in the arms of the one who loves you, with love that never ends. Sleep peacefully tonight, beloved of God, held secure in everlasting love. As we come to the end of our journey together through the depths of God's love and care, we arrive at the sweetest destination of all, perfect rest in perfect love. We've walked with the Good Shepherd through green pastures, found refuge in his fortress of protection, discovered hope in his eternal promises, and explored the infinite dimensions of his everlasting love. Now, like a child who has played all day and finds themselves safely home in loving arms, we settle into the most peaceful rest imaginable, rest that comes from knowing you are completely and perfectly loved. Tonight, let your heart find its ultimate home in the perfect love that casts out all fear. The Apostle John tells us that perfect love casts out fear, and that we can have boldness in the day of judgment, because as he is, so are we in this world. This perfect love isn't something you have to strive for or earn. It's something you rest in. It's the love that has been pursuing you throughout our entire journey together. The love that makes every other truth possible. When you rest in perfect love, you discover that all your fears were shadows. All your worries were unnecessary. All your anxieties were based on forgetting how completely you are loved. Perfect love creates perfect rest because it removes every reason for anxiety. When you know you are perfectly loved, you don't have to worry about being rejected. When you understand that this love is unconditional, you don't have to fear disappointing God. When you grasp that this love is eternal, you don't have to be anxious about the future. When you realize that this love is complete, you don't have to strive to earn more of it. Perfect love provides the perfect foundation for perfect peace. Think about how a small child sleeps in their parents' arms. They don't worry about falling because they trust the arms that hold them. They don't fear the darkness because they're surrounded by love. They don't question whether they'll be cared for because they've experienced that care consistently. They simply rest, completely relaxed, totally secure, perfectly at peace. This is the kind of rest that perfect love offers you. The rest of complete trust, absolute security, and total peace. As you rest in perfect love tonight, let your mind review the journey we've taken together. Remember the tender care of the Good Shepherd, who knows you by name and leads you beside still waters. Recall the safety of dwelling under his wings and in his fortress, protected by angels who guard you in all your ways. Reflect on the hope of your eternal home, being prepared, and the promise that all things work together for your good. Rest in the peace that surpasses understanding and the love that has no limits. All of these truths flow from and lead to this moment of perfect rest in perfect love. Perfect love also means perfect acceptance. You don't have to hide any part of yourself from the one who loves you perfectly. He knows your thoughts before you think them, your words before you speak them, your needs before you ask. He knows your strengths and your weaknesses, your victories and your failures, your dreams and your fears. And knowing all of this, he loves you perfectly. There's nothing you could discover about yourself that would surprise him or change his love for you. This perfect love is also perfectly patient. It doesn't rush you to become someone different or pressure you to change faster than you're able. It works gently and persistently, like a gardener tending a beloved plant, providing exactly what you need for growth at exactly the right time. You can rest in this love, knowing that you're not a project to be completed, but a beloved child to be nurtured. The same love that saved you is the love that's transforming you, and it will complete what it has begun. As you settle into sleep tonight, imagine yourself as a weary traveler who has finally arrived home. You've journeyed through valleys and over mountains, through storms and sunshine, but now you're safe. You're not just in any home, you're in the home of perfect love, where you belong completely and forever. Here, you can lay down every burden, release every worry, and rest in the absolute certainty that you are loved beyond measure. Let your breathing slow and deepen as you rest in this perfect love. With each breath in, receive more of His love. With each breath out, release any remaining fear or anxiety. Feel the tension leaving your body as perfect love surrounds you like the softest blanket. Sense the peace filling your mind as perfect love quiets every worried thought. Know the security that comes from being held by arms of perfect love that will never let you go. The psalmist speaks of lying down in peace and sleeping, for the Lord alone makes us dwell in safety. This is your invitation tonight, to lie down in the peace that comes from perfect love, to sleep in the safety of divine affection, to rest in the knowledge that you are completely and eternally loved. You don't have to earn this rest or maintain it through your own effort. It's yours because you are His, and He is perfect love. Tomorrow will bring new mercies, new opportunities to experience God's love, new chances to share that love with others. But tonight, simply rest. Rest in the love of the Good Shepherd, who has led you safely home. Rest in the protection of the Almighty, who covers you with His wings. Rest in the hope of eternal promises that can never fail. Rest in the perfect love that has no beginning and no end. You are loved, dear one. You are loved perfectly, completely, eternally. You are loved by the one who created the stars and knows them all by name. You are loved by the one who holds the universe in His hands, yet holds you close to His heart. You are loved with a love that will never disappoint, never abandon, never fail. This is your lullaby, your comfort, your peace. Sleep now in perfect love. Let this love be the last thing you think about as you drift off to sleep and the first thing you remember when you wake. You are safe, you are cherished, you are home. Rest in perfect love, beloved child of God. Rest in perfect love. Sweet dreams in the arms of perfect love. Until we meet again in His presence, may you know in the depths of your soul that you are perfectly, completely, eternally loved. Good night, dear one. Rest in perfect love.